Today we are finishing off the Phoenix Wright trilogy, ending Trials and Tribulations. It's been a long journey getting here, and I've enjoyed literally all of it. This has been a fun game, a fun series of games. Before I started doing this, I knew basically nothing about Phoenix Wright other than like Objection, you know, Japanifornia. I feel like everyone knows about Japanifornia stuff. It's like Eat Your Hamburgers, Apollo. I think I'd seen the most exposure to Ace Attorney I have had before doing these streams was, shoot, what was that series that Lyle Rath used to do on Machinima that was like the skit series? It's been a minute, and it had little animated bits at the beginning or the end or both. I can't remember what it was called. Sanity Not Included. The most I knew about Ace Attorney was the bits that they had in Sanity Not Included. And it's been a lot of fun actually like getting these games and playing them. Hi, Tiara. I'm just thinking about like where I was before I started streaming these games, where I basically knew nothing. And now I'm like all in. It's a lot of fun. I've been streaming this trilogy for quite a while now, and we're almost done with it. It's just is like, man, this is a good time. And so we last left off on the cliffhanger of Phoenix insisting that the person on the stand right now is not Iris, but it's actually Dahlia Hawthorne, her sister, who was convicted of murder 5 years ago and has now been executed. Oh no, that's no good. List making helps with that. That's what I learned, like starting projects or doing anything. What you need to do before you start is make a list. He doesn't have gloves. Okay, that's egregious. I don't know, man. That's wild. So, but yeah, last time the cliffhanger was Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. So, what does this all mean? Is it her? I mean, the answer is yes, but whoa, who knows even? Who even knows?
It says here execution was carried out last month.
Ba-ba-bum. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What? Order! Order! Order!
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karain channeling technique flows within that body.
The Karain channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was.
Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
We're supposed to believe that a coincidence like that just happens.
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
Okay, I'm glad I like how Phoenix is just going off. I don't even need to think about this evidence. It's like, yeah, I literally have it right here. I don't even need to, oh, what could it be? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
Two of them.
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her. Namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing is
currently standing in the witness stand
is the real Iris.
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike.
Yeah, we had this insane... Yeah, sure that happened. It looks like it's stabbing through her body, but that's fine.
It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes?
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall.
I wonder what could have been happen.
There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places?
Switched places?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand. but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yeah, there was one. When she went away to fix the locks.
Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move around freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to move freely about was...
Where is he? Oh, he's on this page. It's Edgeworth!
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
Yeah, sorry, bud.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true. Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would...
Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
Oh, that voice.
Guess I'd have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
Ah. Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself.
Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-bum. There we go. So, we're gonna have to figure out what the heck to do about this. Cause she's like, gotcha. Ooh.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
Ba ba ba. So, what is the deal?
What is the deal with spirit channeling? It's a biological fact, but it's not admissible in court.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
What does that mean? Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense.
Watch yourself, Wright. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Yeah, I think that ends up... The plan still hasn't quite worked, but I see where they're going with this.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true?
The plan. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
Okay. I feel like that would make it a lot harder. I feel like when you're in prison, you don't get, like when you're, I don't feel like there's a lot of, like, you want to separate those. Yeah. I feel like they don't just let them hang out. But hey, what do I know? I'm not a lawyer.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Khura'in?
I don't know. I didn't see prison school. I don't know nothing about nothing.
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible!
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Maya Fey would first have to die.
Maya would have to die? But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master.
I don't think maybe she is? I'm not very clear on that. I'm not actually sure where Pearl is exactly. She was here at the beginning, but I don't know if she's around currently. It's somewhat vague. It's somewhat vague.
The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that?
Yeah, she's all like, ooh, what a terrible person, but like you're acting the same way? I don't know. It seems equally pathetic. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have it pinned on Iris.
You were gonna kill Maya.
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
Ah. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of the Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Because she's gotta die or else it won't be Pearl.
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
Plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd. Maya is just... she's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, my darling Feeny.
Nah.
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we've met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you, personally, think of Morgan Fey's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, and what she was after as well.
I mean, it sounds like she killed her to get revenge for Mia, because Mia busted her. Because they're related. I mean, I think that makes sense, right? Yeah, okay. It's not a piece of evidence. I mean, a profile, I guess, is technically a piece of evidence, but it's still a weird way to phrase it.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take the revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone.
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
I don't think that's what the ego is. I don't think that's what that means.
I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that, you would kill Maya! Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey.
The crowd's like, what the fuck is going on? What is happening?
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Damn, Judge.
What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was at least Donim who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
What does this mean?
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's why my memory temporarily stops.
It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Well, I mean, and that pretty much ensures that Maya's alive, right? Cause she channeled, like, what? I feel like that's fairly obvious. But whatever.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed, and the police started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I'd hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
So yeah, so you're Maya, is what you're telling us. You moron. Dahlia, you are not very smart.
I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way!
Yeah, clearly there's gonna be something else to do with this. We're still not sure exactly what's going on.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
No, there's actually no evidence supporting this. There's the testimony of a vindictive dead person who admits to having written the thing to incriminate her. Like, there's actually no evidence.
What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
No, that's wrong.
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Is it right here in the courtroom? I mean, let's just assume this is Japan, so self-defense doesn't exist. Yeah, there's only one place that Maya could be. It's right here.
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Wait, which, okay, wait. Which case are you talking about? Because I don't remember names. Oh, the Steel Samurai, right. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, you're right. I guess she did, yeah. Okay, no, you're right. You're right. I was mixed up. Cause there are multiple Steel Samurai cases, and I'm like, no, she wasn't in that one. Oh, you mean the other one? So yeah, I do know what you were talking about. I got it mixed up with the second one.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother.
It's confusing. I'm also so bad with names. Like, people say they're bad at names, and yeah, it's a lot of information.
Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Yeah, except for me and you.
Oops. Sorry. That's my phone.
I really like this. This is nice.
Oops. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great.
What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
Bum, bum, bum.
So what about Maya? Where is she?
We don't know. She could even be right here. Like, what? Did we just forget the rules of spirit channeling? Are we just ignoring this? This is insane.
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No. It can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No! Blah 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 blah.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donem, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of Eagle River.
It can't be. Yeah, it literally can't. That's not how it works. Ha!
What? Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river,
Yeah, she would have hit the big rocks.
it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Wright. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible?
Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fay threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
I sure do. It's this! Look at them rocks! Look at it all over the place! It's impossible!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
Way to go, Godot. You're killing it.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there.
No, wait, wrong voice. I was thinking Dahlia was gonna talk again.
In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ha! So you finally figured it out.
Ew. No!
Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fay's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fay wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living had no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya Fay is? This very instant! Maya Fay is in this very courtroom! There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here, in this very courtroom!
What?
Maya Fay is here.
You say she's here in my courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
What? That's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened.
Isn't there any explanation as to why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did. But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you.
There was someone who called you before she could.
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already! I can't stand the tension!
Dahlia Hawthorne!
The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye.
What?
Got her.
But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right, but if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you? Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you.
And there's only one reason.
To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me.
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye.
The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run.
So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you
that Maya's hiding place was you!
No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya.
The only way that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course.
Mia!
Okay, so I guess Pearl is here. She's just been watching this whole time. I don't know how Dahlia missed it, but okay. But then again, I guess Dahlia doesn't know what Pearl looks like. So she couldn't pick Pearl out of a lineup. It makes sense.
Mia Faye.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ha! You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearl's, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did.
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
I mean, that is kind of surprising with all the adrenaline, but whatever, we're ignoring that. We're not nitpicking the game at this point. I'm over that. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So, she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. So she took clothes out of the dresser. Oh, that's brilliant. Mia, you're so smart.
She did that. I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was...
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's, instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to a pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago.
The fake kidnapping,
Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond. But after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity.
I remember what you said earlier in the trial.
You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope for freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp.
You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now.
Scream! Oh my god!
Yeah, literally your punishment is cope and seethe. Get owned.
I'm not ready. Not ready to go.
Yeah, spooky blue flames.
Nick, sis?
Yeah. Sounds about right. She fall down and go boom.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfless plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems.
Well, I mean, there's still a couple of things we don't get, right?
It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor.
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
Hey, way to go, Judge. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Yeah, there's no way we're done with this just yet.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial? It isn't over yet. That's what he means. What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone else.
Yes, that's right!
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over? And I mean, we're not gonna talk about how that's not how trials work. We don't keep having the trial until we figure out who did it. All that matters is the defendant, but whatever.
We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
No way. Well, I mean...
This court isn't prepared for any further testimonies.
I don't think I can take anymore, dude. The judge is like, I'm tired, man. Did you just see all this crap? I mean, you were here too, right? Oh my gosh.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madame Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya?
You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand.
Ba 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 la.
Very well. But first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Wright. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer, even though you keep beating me every time. It's always the same with you. You win every time. I don't think that makes you a good lawyer, winning and finding the truth. You always manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of this case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve! But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
All right. Whew. Well, that was a lot. And it's only 3 o'clock. They've got like a whole rest of the day.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother, and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart and so strong. She never complained about a thing. And that's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up. That was the case that wounded Mia so...
And that was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, he was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you.
Yes? What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was
cut off, right?
Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it?
Pew! It's so comical. I don't know why it's so funny, but just like, thump.
It was me. I was the one who received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body, so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mr. Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
So she killed herself? That's what that means? Because no one knew about... whatever. I guess we'll figure that out here in a second. But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one more thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I mean, I assumed that was... Well, I guess it couldn't have been her, because she would have been trapped already. So yeah, it must have been Misty Faye, who killed herself so that she could get what's-her-face out of her body. He stabbed herself. I guess. I mean, that makes sense. Sort of. We're gonna have to flesh that out a little bit more. Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? And so it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe, I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple's side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. All by myself. Ugh. Alright.
We've got this. No problem. I mean, my working assumption is that, it was her, it was Misty herself.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
Tests?
Yes, the tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that, Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or?
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible, but however, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Bum.
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And then whose was it?
Blood does not match the victim's.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
yes, Your Honor.
At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. I was passing through the garden. Blah, blah, blah. We already read this stuff. I don't need to read this again. We're fine. Man, Maya's had it rough. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. And that means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. It struck me in the brain. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? I don't know, leave her alone. I don't know how to leave her alone. She's having a hard time. We can always come back to this if we need to, but I don't want to make Maya sad. Considering the conditions at the crime scene, it's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. Ha! So it looks like even you've got some compassion.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely...
And the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donham, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well, now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was gonna lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
She was afraid she was afraid she was gonna catch TV amnesia disease. Incredible. So, I don't know.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna just say that I'm still alive, and almost done. Because we're getting close to the end here. I've really enjoyed this. This is a really good case. They're like, as far as these things go, this kind of rules. Like, I definitely think it's been the best finale case we've gotten so far. Even better than the one in the first game with Edgeworth and all. Because they like actually have set it up the whole game with like the going into the past and having all the cases sort of connect, except for, you know, the one with the food clown, whatever his name was, fake French guy. Like, that was the only case that didn't have anything to do with this plot. But they were all good on their own, but like, it really feels like they're actually like the end of a trilogy, like it should. It's good. You think you screamed, but you're not sure.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I would have soiled my pantaloons. My breeches, even. My bloomers.
Okay, we get it. You're such a weirdo. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... I don't know that it's illegal to wear your robes out, but I feel like it's a bad idea. It's not like you know, nurses wear their stuff when they're on call. But it's definitely weird. Like, you should have normal clothes that you wear.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow. It sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Okay, I guess we'll ask about this. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's not what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah? But you testified that you screamed like that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure about what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I am, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. Oh, what have I done?
Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
Join a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
Okay, thank you. I could see Hey, wait a minute. We know that stone lantern wasn't lit. What are you doing, Maya? Actually, I'm gonna stand up for a second because I'm getting all... I'm getting all stiff. Okay, we should be good. A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden.
They always light it when an acolyte is there for training.
Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns.
So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at that time. And something warm splashed over me. I guess we're gonna go through all of these just to be sure. But I mean, that's obviously the thing we're supposed to do. You don't mean... Was it?
I didn't know at the time, but I think it was probably blood.
Is she saying that's when Miss Donham, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me.
That's when I lost consciousness. And so what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that.
No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad.
I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Yeah, it seems fairly obvious. Light of the lantern. Well, Maya, why are you lying to me? Why would you say this? It was not lit. So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
And to be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
I'm no Spoonie. I'm no Dr. Insano. Womp womp. Womp 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 womp.
You must have noticed it too, Tright. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What did you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Yeah, that's a little rough, bud. In other words, that would have to mean Maya actually saw our mystery person. So if it was a man, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. I wonder, I was gonna say, I wonder if there's something that glows in the dark that we could, that it could be, that's attached to a man. I wonder. It was a pen. She saw one of them glowies.
Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Tright. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick.
I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Ha! You took a good game, Wright. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Molded by it.
Well, there's only one person with a big giant glowy sign on their face. And he's the only other man in this whole entire, like, this is, we're primarily women have been involved in this case, and he's the only man. And we also didn't see him the day that the bridge was out. I still don't know how he could have known about the plan or any of that stuff, but he is already dead.
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how did he propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
But it can't be.
Ha!
Blum.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya! I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What?
Witness, Mr.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Okay. Well, then let's continue with the testimony. Please, tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. And by the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. And the torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
A woman would never bother. Maya, what are you saying?
It was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
All right, big guy. For you. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple.
It could only have been the killer.
And that's what I think, too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. The place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay. And the torches were lit.
Yes, and that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. And the only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
All the snow around the lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. And so you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. And the snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. And I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
Well, that's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
Person did all that work alone. I assumed it was a man. What's your idea? So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier, you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
And the killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay, so do I try this again? Why would the killer do that? Oh?
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
And that's why it's Godot, because he couldn't see the big Maya on the pillar.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of evidence or of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. So, I just show the stone lantern to that, right? Now that I've figured out the thing.
They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible.
Master of Kharain, killed by own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Gee, thanks. Well, if it was for your sake, then why didn't he clean up the big Maya? The body of Elise Donham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. In a very broad pattern to make sure that he got it all, because he knew there was blood on the snow, but he couldn't see exactly where it was. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh?
And what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right!
They even had things foreshadowing to this exact problem earlier in the game, with Godot not being able to see red. It's so good. This final case rocks.
Isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it. It's that simple. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing this bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
It's you again, Mr. Godot. This is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. Yeah, Tribulations did have a point. It actually had a point the whole time. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm glad that the game is referring back to it now.
This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time.
I mean, he didn't. It's true. That's Kino. That's genius Kojumbo thinking right there.
And somehow spilled coffee on it.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. There's a blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, Why am I the only one who can see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. There's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donham, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ha!
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. All of the little graffiti make me into the killer. Ah. Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Go on, Wright.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow! How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Oh, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Wait just a minute.
Maya.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
He did. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, you plan to cover for Godot no matter the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're gonna hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ah, nicely done, Wright.
Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple too.
That's true.
Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Ah, real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started.
All right. I guess we're doing this. Ah. I need more water. We're getting close to the end, though. It'll be fine. So where did you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. And there's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
And she knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donham.
She looked around, but she couldn't find anyone.
She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end.
Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
Okay, goodbye, Tiara. Good to see ya. Too bad we couldn't get this done before you had to go, but it'll be there.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
And there was a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? She would have really examined a storage. Would she really have examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
Get it together.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, he was in the spare prep room.
Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night and that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, though she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot.
That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh well, what do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Get a nice gulp.
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So he had never visited Hazakura Temple, or the Inner Temple, huh?
Ha! Do you want to say something, right?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please, go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot, he found Pearly first and cheered her right up.
He cheered her up?
And that's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
Yeah, I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ha! Got it out, you're making me blush.
This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed for the prep room.
Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donim. So, the first time he found Pearly, it couldn't have been for the first time because it was covered in gravy, right? Yes! We do it! Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training garden, or the training hall.
Hanging scroll.
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there.
That. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
Then you could guess that it was the picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godot's described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption.
Hey, how's it going, Sabaka? Glad you can make it. Yeah, I saw you were streaming, but I was too busy getting ready. I hope it was fun. Did you have a good time? Hell yeah, it was cool. Good to hear. We're almost at the end here.
That I knew beforehand a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Yeah, we just gotta pin it to him. We're so close.
Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan?
Huh. Wait. I mean, yeah? Are we present? We can't present him. We have to prove that another person knew about the plan. So... Wait. Opened once before, so I guess, yeah. I guess it is possible. Ooh, cool. I'll have to check it out then. It'll be a good time.
This crime was actually planned over a year ago.
Ooh, I do like Isaac. I was actually playing Binding of Isaac earlier today. I've been trying to tromp through and get stuff done with The Lost because it's a nightmare. Oh, is it a mod? That puts... Ooh, that is cool. Well, that'll be fun. I used to mess around with a mod that had Josuke in it. It made there be a Josuke character where if you held the tears for long enough, you little crazy diamond would come out and do a big flurry of punches. That was fun. Modding with Isaac is very cool. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Speaking of which, I still need to watch... I have not watched the new Stone Ocean thing. Oh, is it the other way around? Ooh! Ooh. Nocturne mod. Now that's interesting. I don't know much about the Nocturne modding scene. Well, that'll be cool. Yeah. I mean, that's what people do, right?
And this crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Hey, well that's good. I'm glad it worked well. Modding is always finicky. You can never really be sure if it'll work right. But I'll be excited to see.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. And that's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. And that would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor, such as Mr. Godot.
Order! 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 Mr. Godot, you're under fire again!
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
What? Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we are fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness. That is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then, he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness.
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her.
Well, now you've just opened you've opened yourself up to the most like massive hole in your argument. You've literally told me that she means so much to you, you Dorcas.
I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, I can feel it. We're getting real gosh dang close to it.
Even considering the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
What?
Okay, Wright, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. The one person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Bonk.
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
What?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. All my fault that Mr. Fox killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
What a hero.
I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
The newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
Except the hair on your face, but that's fine.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years.
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. What? Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh?
Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You are the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Maya. 1 year ago, when the Corain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
And that's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. He said that the Master of Corain had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
And that's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it.
The day the plan was to be carried out, arrived soon enough.
Weird. Weird sentence.
We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. And that's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
He was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
And that was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
And if she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As master of Coraine, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. And that's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Wright. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Well, Wright? If you're the real deal, then finish this thing, once and for all. Show us, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me, too.
Maya. I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya. Testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
And this is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moment before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
What did exactly happen, Maya?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then, I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha! Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
All right. It's all come down to this. 3 red lights.
Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you can make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but...
leave it for now.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
I still feel really bad for Maya. And I don't want to press and make her sad. At least if I don't have to. Ooh. Alright, go to drink real fast.
Alright.
Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
Thought I'd ask for help, but then I was splattered with blood.
That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
He struck back.
Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark.
They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight,
Maybe the mask was damaged?
Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then?
There was a horrible scream.
Who you calling a pinhead? I'm Dirty Dan.
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
And the scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What?
Whoa, wow, wee, whoa.
So then that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder.
Well, that can't be right. So this is the actual murder weapon. But that knife was the weapon that What's-Her-Face was using. That Dahlia was using. And the blood is not the victim's blood. So she must have struck out with this. Plus, she didn't even know about we've established Dahlia didn't know about the staff thing. So yeah, there's a contradiction.
I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
Blah, 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 blah.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're not so sure about that, or if you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Wright. There's only one thing I can think of that would have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right! I forgot about that.
I need to go back. I need to go back and screen cap his theories never being correct. Thanks, Judge.
And this dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Wrong.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
Gonna be beneath his stupid mask. Oh my gosh. He's hiding it in his... Oh my gosh. This rules. This case is amazing.
You're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Wright.
Order! Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. What? Ha! Let me ask you something, Wright. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Ah. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes. What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
Well,
It can't be.
I mean, you can't see it though. You can't, you couldn't have done that because you couldn't see it. But I mean, I guess, Gumshoe probably was like, oh yeah, this dagger's got blood on it, and was totally able to tell him. So I'll forgive that.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya?
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right! And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple.
Yeah, he was clean. It's under his stupid fucking mask. Ah, I knew it! I knew it! I knew that would have to make him take off his mask. That's gotta be the end, is him taking off his big dumb Cyclops mask.
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Ah!
Order! Order in the...
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Did the judge take his normal pills? I love normal pills. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
That's impossible, Wright. Do you know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Ah!
Batman.
Ha! So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Ah. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Wright. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. And that's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, right? So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. We gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
And there's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I'll need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, right? Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location you say the killer hid his wound? It's his face? It's his... wait. Why is it... I figured I would, like... have to... I figured I would have to, like... point it out on his face. Like, point it like, oh, where's my wound, idiot? Be like, it's on your face. Like, with the little magnifying glass. But I guess this works. I don't really have another option at this point. It's not like he physically hid his wound somewhere else. Like in a different game, that would be the joke. That would be like, oh, he hid it, but with like magic transferring it to someone else. Like I can see that being the solution in an entirely different kind of game. Like, ooh, he hid it. Do you get it? I guess it's right here on you. You hit it on yourself. Ha! I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright? What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. You're living on. Through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Yo! It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? And if you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Yo. It exploded? What? What? Just now, I saw her spirit in you. Huh? I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive. What? Was me.
You yourself?
I was the one who failed to protect Mia. Me, and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on. So I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore. So I quit. But you saved Maya. Che, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
What? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason.
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Mia, or Maya. Blah, blah, blah. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? Could it have simply been a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today. However, I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Katao. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. This must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando!
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor?
Although, you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is itself a serious offense.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything else you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you, You hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? What? We only met twice?
I fucking knew it. I knew it!
The first time you met was on that fateful day. Day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie.
You mean?
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
And so that's why you...
My sister. From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. And that's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it. She agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Aww.
Thank you.
Aww. That's really sweet.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had.
What?
Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright?
What?
Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dotem. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned.
Oh, but there's no fanfare. No confetti, no lights. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day, you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney I could ever any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases, and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick!
Maya!
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But...
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Franziska! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow, but where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska.
Like I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry!
What's with the, longer face than usual?
Like I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Like not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Like, well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Of course.
Like I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted. They were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me?
Like, why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Like, do you really mean it? Like, what about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ah!
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
Like, so then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book? Ah!
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? Like, I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good, too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Franziska? That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean, now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya was trying her best not to cry.
Wait, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? Could it be me?
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya?
Is it your mom?
I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow!
Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? I mean, it's Pearl. I assume it's Pearl. Because she's a little baby. She lost all her family, and she's involved in a murder plot that she didn't understand. I don't want to be wrong though, because this is kind of important. But I'm assuming that it's her. That's why I saved. Pearl Fey. The
poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, and that's why she was so happy.
Yeah.
It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite... Ow! Well, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My Victor seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. But anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Bah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien, where else? I knew it, we're doomed. Come on, let's go everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too.
Oh, like forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack, like eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village.
That's what we really need is Columbo. Hi, Soph. You made it just in time for the wrap-up.
Oh, this has been a lot of fun, though.
Ace Attorney is a very cool series. A lot cooler than even I thought it was going to be when I started. Because I knew, like, nothing about it before I started streaming these games, and I've come to have a, pretty significant appreciation for it. Like, there's some goofy shit, and there's some middling cases. But, like, this one, at the end, it's really freaking good.
But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe. Yeah? What is it, pal?
I mean, I feel like Detective Gumshoe's outfit, at the very least, is very Columbo core. They all call him Scruffy. I mean, he looks pretty put together, but I think the reason they call him Scruffy is because Columbo's Scruffy. I mean, other than his little bandage, he's pretty... I mean, look at the guy. Come on. Come on, look at this guy.
Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you?
Maya and I will... We'll join you once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah,
He is big Columbo. That's the problem, is Columbo is very compact. He's all short. And so all of the detective skill is compressed. Gumshoe is very large. He's very tall and he's very wide. So he's got room for other things. He's got room for other things that aren't detective skill, which is the problem. It's like dogs. My theory about dogs is that all dogs possess the same amount of evil. And the smaller dog you get, the less room there is for anything else except that constant amount of evil. So with like a big like Saint Bernard, it's got all this other dog stuff. The evil is very diluted. But like a Chihuahua or like a Shih Tzu, they got nothing. They're little angry little rats. And that's not to say I don't like small dogs. We have a dachshund and she's very sweet. I love Lucy. But she is a little priss. And she loves to instigate violence. she is... You should see her. She loves violence. There are cats that come in our yard, like from over the back fence. And anytime they come in, she's like, ooh, and she needs to get outside. She needs to find them. She's filled with malice. And I think it's the same for Gumshoe. He's got the same amount of detective juice. But unlike Columbo, he has room for a lot more stupid. Yeah, exactly. Great Dane, like all the big dogs are lovable. Obviously there are some fighting breeds, you know, and it's not their fault. They were bred for violence. And honestly, like I know people with pit bulls and they're good pit bulls. They're sweet. But you get like a purebred pit bull and that's pretty rough. But those are the outliers. Or like a Doberman pincher that's been like trained all its life to kill, attack, kill. I don't know. I feel like that's mean. I feel like doing that to a dog is mean. Because dogs love to be nice. You should let them be nice. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, there's a video game in front of me. I started talking about dog evil. But yes, I love big dogs. They're the best. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to.
Is it the office? No. I thought it might have been the office.
Hazakura Temple.
For Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon!
Yeah, and that's true. If you get a young pit bull, which is what happened to these people I know. They had a pit bull as a puppy, and you just gotta train them because they're good. They're smart, right? They know how to listen, and you just gotta train them to chill out. You have to encourage good dog behavior and not just be lovey, right? People think that, I mean, that's why Cesar Melan, Mr. Dog Whisperer, is a thing. Because people think just giving your dog whatever it wants all the time and making it excited and wag its tail is being good to your dog. That's not necessarily true. And it's even less true for breeds that need a little help. So they were real smart, and it's a beautiful color. The dog's name is Zeus, and he's so pretty. He's got this like nice golden brown coat, and he's such a sweetheart. And they trained him right. And so I don't like to be like, yeah, certain dogs are just bad. But they're just bad dog owners. Mostly it's just bad dog owners. It's like people getting unreasonably mad at pugs. Like, it's not pugs' fault that they look like that. Like, I understand that it's bad and I don't want it to happen anymore, but those pugs didn't do that on purpose.
Sister Bikini.
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly is here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearly's not here.
Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll.
Ah, Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be Pearls.
Wow! Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why'd you just leave like that?
Yeah, people, I've seen the version of pugs that looks normal, and they're really cute. They have like a whole snout and everything, and they're a little bit taller, and they have longer legs, and they look great. And honest, like, people like, oh, if you own a pug, you're bad. Like, if you adopt a pug, like a snub-nosed pug, you're a good person. Because those dogs need a lot of help. And if you, like, adopt one from a shelter, that's good. There are dogs that need you. But obviously buying a dog from a mill, I feel like is like, why? Why even bother? Like, there are so many dogs.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly.
It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die. Huh. And there's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's...
a photo. Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aww. They broke it too. That's really sweet. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed. We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando. And Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. on a scale of Ace Attorney baby to Danganronpa baby, how cute is your baby? Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back.
All right, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you can train right alongside us.
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course, naturally. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing.
Yay! We did it! Oh, we beat the video game. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Korean and the office manager of Wright & Co. law offices. That'd be a good big sister to Nick. As long as I'm not locked up or captured. Can't believe it. This is a good game, yeah. This is kind of crazy. So it's true, Mr. Nick, blah blah blah, knight in shining armor. Fast special course all the way to the end. I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Yeah, one of my first... This series has been one of my first streams that I did. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present. Hey, it's nice! It's tan! Somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. So, I think the first Phoenix Wright and Nocturne were the first 2 games that I streamed. It's kind of crazy seeing this come to an end. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Korean exhibit was a great success. We even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. Taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this is one of those series that's kind of come to mean a lot to me, even though I've only recently started playing them. Izzy and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting, dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Cut it out, please! Please! We also sell plans to criminals as a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. No, it's fine. The Professor Moriarty here, he's doing his best. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 in a tea spet, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it right now. Went through compromise. Yeah, sure. Whatever, lady. What even other characters are there? Oh yeah, there's this old man. I'm just old and in the way. Yeah, get out of here. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69, nice. Nice. Noriyuki Iwadare. Hey, the music is like half the quality of this whole series, really. New programmer. His name is Adam Matta. As I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Have we seen him before? Is there a reason they highlighted that person? I do not remember his face. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. Hardly wait for Iris to come back. Away. Man, the music in these games is so good. It adds so much to the atmosphere. Turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It's so sweet of you to, and everyone else to come to visit me here today. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eye on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Ben Judd. Hey. Voices by me. John King. Alright. It should just be me over and over. I should be up there. It's me. Voices by me. They're taking all the credit for me. No, it's me. No, James Wilson. It's me. It's Chivo. You should be more thankful. And just get that. There we go. I think that's right. I think that's. Oh no, there's still a little line. Oh no, I should have just. There we go. It's fine.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy he got fired. What an asshole. I feel like some sort of space alien. Now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought for everyone?
Hi, old bag. I'm glad you got to show up. Like I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's Whippity Whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. Yeah, macadamia nuts based. You're not a loser after all, Larry. Like, great job, man. Shinji Mikami. There they all are. Away! Aww. That was a really cool... Yeah, that's definitely my favorite case out of all three of these games. They did a great job of tying everything together and making it all... Yeah. Lawyer only cries once it's all over. Well, that was Phoenix Wright. Yeah, so I played the first Phoenix Wright. Like, that was one of the first games I streamed when I started. That Nocturne, because it was two things that I always heard about, and I wasn't even sure I'd like them, but I kind of figured I would, but you never really know. And now I'm a huge SMT fan, and I'm a huge fan of Ace Attorney. I really enjoyed my time with these games, and it's kind of sad to see the original trilogy go. But I'm glad I made it through. It's taken quite a while to get through them all. And there's still plenty to go. The next VN I'm gonna do... I checked out Investigations, and I am gonna be able to emulate it just fine, I think. But that's not what we're starting with. Tomorrow we're gonna do some more SMT5, but on Monday we're gonna start a very special game. It is a personal request from my artist Tiara Maki. She's not here right now, she had to go to church. But we're gonna be starting Ghost Trick, which is like an adventure game thing for the DS. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Gonna have to come up with a whole slew of new voices. It's gonna be a mess. So yeah, look forward to that. I have seen Ghost Trick around. I've seen a lot of people love to use the soundtrack for stuff. I've seen the characters a couple times. I've heard people mention it. It's one of those things that it's like, I've never really looked into it. I'm excited to play that. That's just a self-contained game, though. I don't think they ever made anything else like it. So we'll start that on Monday, and we'll have that, Psychonauts 2, and SMT5 until we get started on something new. So I will see you all tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. More SMT5. It's gonna be a good time. Thank you for being here with me. Not just for the stream, but on this crazy journey with Phoenix Wright and with streaming in general. It means a lot to me. When anybody shows up, when anybody says anything, even if they show up and just watch for a little bit, knowing that I could entertain somebody at all is a lot of fun. I hope that I'm bringing some joy into your life as we head into the Christmas season. Alright, I'm done. I gotta go rest my voice, drink lots of water. Have a great rest of your day, you guys. Peace out.